my god! Cassie, hi! I'm doing good. Straight vibing. How are you? How you doing, mama? Also, Nunez, hi! Hell yeah! Oh, you're doing good? That's good. How is the schools treating you? And all the stuff that's highlighted. Bad but good because it's almost over. That's good. It's the final stretch. You can do it. Oh. Challenges. So many challenges completed. It's trigger happy. Oh. Life is treating me well. Did I missed something? Is that it? More? Oh my god. My job is going well. I'm a supervisor now. I thought I would be bad at it because personally, I just like to be told what to do. But apparently, I don't mind telling others what to do as well. I can do both. I'm good at both. Yeah, now I'm making the big bucks. Not really, but I just work at a swim school, but still. It's good times. All right. Money is money. Very true. All right, let's make sure don't have anything unnecessary running in the background. Fine. Okay, cool beans. Let's get this party started. Chapter 14. We got Ashley back. But things are not looking too hot as far as us being infected.
Leon?
Hey, Ashley.
Sorry I'm late.
No.
Oh, gee, he's so pretty. He's baby girl.
We brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
So is she. They're all pretty. I love Ashley's eyes.
Come on. We don't have much time.
She's got pretty eyeballs.
For Luis.
For Luis. Wait, what? How does she know Luis is dead? Did we tell her that? I wasn't paying attention.
There's a lab where we can remove the parasites.
You should have seen Luis. He was truly beautiful. Gone too soon.
Facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Let me move this bowl. It's in my way.
Need the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me.
Yeah, you owe me. I wonder if I can show you Luis. Maybe not here. Oh, check out. I can't change the outfit here. He's wearing cool sunglasses because why not? Oh, we can give Ashley red hair. No, I don't think I can show you Luis right now, but trust me, he was beautiful. This. We were imprisoned without warning. One by one, we are taken to the next room. I do not know what happens there. They just took Annabelle. I'm probably next. I've got to need to get my head straight. All who are infected with Plaga will be at the mercy of Lord Sadler. If he commands it, they will work themselves to death with a smile on their face. Adversely, the host becomes so simple-minded that they're basically useless for any complex task. However, we succeeded in developing the new superior species of Plaga. It has no special variability, but the host's cognitive functions are not diminished. It seems like they plan to administer this new species to the girl. It's clearly important that she maintains her intelligence after infection. All tests were successful and plans for mass production are moving forward. The project is a complete success. But I've been imprisoned, and the preparations to inject me with the superior species are underway in the next room. Annabelle is not herself anymore. The smile has been wiped completely from her face. Writing is the only thing that keeps me sane now. Not that anyone will ever read this. Ha! That's incorrect. I read that. Well, bam. Alright, Ashley. I hate to break it to you, but on my way here, I walked past a locker, which means you probably have to hide in it. Let me reload. What's my goal? Where are we going? We're here? Okay. Alright, Ashley. Oh, right. Ashley.
Could you give me a boost?
Yeah, I can.
Be careful.
Hi, Ashley. Can you let me in the door? Thank you. Good job. Oh, you're even opening the... Oh, thank you. You even opened the door for me. Stab the box. Stab. Yeah. Treasure? Ah, treasure. Blue hair. Wow. What's this? Blue medallions. Oh, the shooting range. Perfect. I can warm up my impeccable skills.
Welcome. Got
What do you got
some
here?
rare things on sale, stranger.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it.
Heavy bullets, attachment, blah, blah, blah.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yeah.
Not crossing your T's, dotting your I's? That's
Yeah.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. Thank you.
I don't know if I need these things. A small key.
Your valuables won't pleasant travels.
Alright, come on, Ashley. Let's go shoot some stuff. Ugh. Let me scooch my chair in, get ready for some freaking gaming.
Congratulations! I've prepared a new game for you.
A new game. Let's see.
Having a hard time hitting a target.
Let me warm it up.
One, begin!
Wow.
You got this, Leon. Are you serious?
That's the stuff. You're enough. Reload.
Reload. Oh, I accidentally crouched.
That's it.
Ah, jeez.
That's the stuff.
Bonus time.
Look at all. Oh,
Nice. I still missed one though. That's okay. Yes. Alright, let's see what's new. Whoa, so many options. The bolt thrower? I'm curious to see how the bolt thrower works.
High score, here we come.
Oh. Oh. Okay. So it's like a crossbow. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Not good at that one. Got it. Wowee. Not a fan of that one.
Awesome.
Thank you. There's so many options. The riot gun. Okay. It's blaming time.
Are you serious? What? Wait.
Oh. Oh. Whoops. Damn. Whoa. Okay. That wasn't so bad. I did an okay job. What all this biz is about?
High score, here we come. That was awesome.
Oh, he had the thingy-mabobber. I don't know, man. Damn. Oh no, I have to reload. I don't...
No way, are you for real?
Okay. So many guns. Ah! Ah!
Just shoot
Oops.
everything.
Oops. I should probably just, like, use a different gun.
No way, are you for real?
I am for real. Thanks, Ashley.
Shot.
I was not good at that one. Doing the scooch time for expert mode, Ally.
We were right about you, stranger.
Let's do... What is the difference between these two things? Let's do it.
2, 1, begin. Triple kill.
Ah.
Incredible. You missed. Reload.
I didn't miss. I just forgot there was a guy behind the guy. Ah, shit.
That's the stuff.
Not doing so hot. Oh no.
That's your lot.
Okay, okay. I don't want to waste too much time in here because I'll get stuck forever and I'll just keep doing it.
You're a pro, aren't you?
So we'll just do this. Give me something cool. Ah. Cool beans. Alright. Let's go, Ashley. Let's actually do the story. Oh.
Oh, break's over, I suppose.
Yeah, break's over. I think what I have now is pretty good. Alright, Ashley. You ready to have a really good time, I'm sure? Oh yeah, we're about to have a great time. I think I should shoot that bird. Oh my god, I killed the bird. Actually, I hear a lot of dudes. Oh god, okay, that was the door. Thought something spooky was happening. Is there anything? Over here? Aha! Beautiful. Let's reload everything. Oh, I have no bullets. Gotcha. Can I make any? No, I'm like... I have like nothing. Ah! Tiptoe through the world.
Let's
Yeah.
go another way.
Hello? Oh right, I forgot I had this. And you reckon I can just... Ashley, hide! I want to sneakily kill them. Hello? Ah,
Les he encontrado.
that wasn't sneaky at all. Dead now. Oh.
Spread out.
Hang on.
Okay, you can come
Stick
back
close.
now.
Okay.
I just didn't want you to get fucked up by that thing. Alright. I'm a medallion. Do you think I can stab that one? I would prefer to stab it. Stab. Did I miss any? No, but I did walk right by a treasure. And some ammo, it seems. Okay, let's go, Ashley. Hello? Aha! Ammo. And the treasure? I hear it. No. Maybe I don't hear it. Maybe I'm crazy. Thank you for the head pat. I 100% like hear something. Ugh. Here, treasure, treasure, treasure. Treasure. Alright, Ashley. Alright, Ashley, we're gonna be very sneaky. Can I get to him? Can I be sneaky? I don't think so. Let's break these. Oh shit. There we go. Beautiful. Jab, jab. Resources. Am I missing things? Yes. A medallion. Ooh, I don't think I can stab that one. Okay. And then another medallion. I think that one might be upstairs. Up. Perfect. All the medallions. Oh, a green herb. Okay. My knife back. Oh, I used up all my knives. Oh, this one. Alright. Hello? Why do you gotta say that, Ashley? That means something bad is gonna happen. Oh, run away, Ashley. It's okay, Ashley. They don't know how to use doors. Shoot its foot. Ah! Ah!
Stay back!
Okay.
Move!
Oh no. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, it's...
You're hurt. Hey, let's take a break for a sec.
I'll be fine. We gotta keep going.
You're hurt. I'm only a little bit hurt. I'll be fine. Anyway. Where are we? Treasure. I love treasure. What's up with this door? Can we go through here? Okay, fine. Up the stairs. Hello? Hello? Ammo! Wow! Wow! Oh, a button. And a window that's perfectly looking down at that door. How curious.
Here, hold this down.
Hang on.
Thanks, Ashley. What now? Why did I tell Ashley to hold that down? Does she actually have to hold that down? Could she have not just pressed the lever? Very curious. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
No prob.
What's she gonna do? I fuck up. How very interesting. Where's Ashley gonna go? Actually, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what I've done. I'll figure it out though. Hello? Ashley? Uh-oh. Oh.
Damn it!
Oh. Ow! I'm sorry, Ashley. I didn't know what was happening. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Whoops. Bye! See you again next time. My bad, Ashley. Where are we? Alright, Ashley, let's do this again.
Be careful.
Yeah. I'll be careful.
Present for you. Give me a break already. There you go.
Treasure. Okay, this time I won't let Ashley get captured.
Here, hold this down.
No prob.
Now hold that down, Ashley. This time I won't let you down, I swear. Oh, a box. All right.
Oh, damn it.
Where are you taking her? Uh-oh. Oh my god, Ashley! Ashley, get up.
Anytime.
Over here, Ashley. Ashley, you better be right behind me. Perfect. Brilliant. Is there for some reason anything up here? Cool. Clamp. Damn! Way to go, Ashley. All right.
Damn. I knew it.
Oh, this is so annoying. Oops. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Let's relax. Let's all just relax. Ba-ba-bum. 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 Ah! Oh, and there's bugs. Okay.
Stick close.
Hang on!
Hang on.
Leon!
Got cocky for a sec.
Got cocky for a sec. I'm fine. Why is she so concerned about my health all of a sudden? Oh man, did I miss a fucking thing? Whatever. Whatever. Where am I? Oh, right. No more rat. Alright, Ashley, come on now, into the sewer water.
Smells pretty bad. You okay?
Yeah. Before this go.
Before this would have killed me, though. Aw, poor Ashley. Alright, Ashley. Oh, treasure. Where? It's a treasure! Yay! Okay, now we can go.
We go at the same time, yeah?
Got it.
Yay! Yeah, good job, Ashley. Oop.
Stay here.
Yep. Yeah, you hang out in there, Ashley. That's probably there for a reason. Alright, what am I gonna do that's gonna piss something off so badly that Ashley needs to be fucking hidden? I'm scared. I'm gonna craft some ammo ahead of time. Put this egg over here. Look at my pitiful little inventory. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Hello? Oh, it's the fucking freaky thing. Great. Some... Alright, pal. Oh, shit. Shit. Alright.
What the fuck? Die, you stubborn son of a bitch.
Oh, what? Ah! The fuck?
Jesus. Cuddly bastard.
Cuddly bastard. Is that what you just called that thing? Ow. You decided
You're
it
not
was...
hurt, are you?
No.
Ashley? I mean, technically, yes, I am hurt. Quite hurt. I can't really... Ugh. I'm very injured. See that? See that right there? I have barely any health, but you know what? It's probably fine. I'm a tough cookie. Or something like that.
Get that lever.
Alright.
Okay. We go at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
Oops, sorry, Ashley.
This time for sure.
Dude,
It's okay.
what?
I got this.
Okay.
Now.
There we go.
Okay.
Good job, Ashley. Whoa. Whoa. Any dangerous fellas around? Rat. Where's the rat? Come here, rat! Why are you running so far away? Where'd it go? Such a squirmy little guy. Hey, Delta. Man, I don't like the dark. Oh man, I let the fucking rat get away. Where'd it go? It's just circling in the fucking... Nice, I got the rat. Rat acquired. Alright. Whoa. What's this?
No power.
No power. Ugh, there's gonna be more of those freaky things. Rat? Hello, Mr. Rat?
Get this for me.
Leave it to me. I'm actually pretty good at this stuff.
Oh, you're actually pretty good at this stuff, are you? Wheels your specialty? Alright, Ashley, look, listen to me. Don't get murdered. What's down there? Nothing? An abyss? How deep of an abyss? Okay. Boxes! I like boxes. Gab! Alright. Oh. Took out the gun, that means there's trouble. Hello? Who's that following you, and why is she not a small mouse? I don't know, it's just... Ashley's just hanging out, you know? I can't aim at her, though. Oh, I can, but I can't. Oh. Wait, shoot Ashley in the head. Alright, okay. Ooh. Where'd it go? Little rat friend. Where did it go? Hello? Little rat? Oh, there's cockroaches. I don't know where the rat went. Oh, more boxes. Hello? Where Ashley is? What is this? Okay. Oh, it should see the rats. Oh, rat. Stabby. I'm so bad at stabbing rats. Rat? Rat? Dude, as soon as they leave my fucking line of sight, they're gone to me forever. Come here, you stupid rat. Oh my god. I did it! Yay! Ah, jeez. All 100% skill right there for sure. Anyway, what's with this? Not spoopy at all. Ooh, what's this? Oh, pretty. Okay. Hello? A whoa? A whoa? A whoa? Ah. All right. I'm scared. I don't want to be here. Want some treasure. Hi, Ashley. Oh, an autosave. Nice. Cockroaches. Am I missing anything? Alright. Oh wow, a green herb. Only good things can happen from here on out. Oh jeez, man. Weird, I thought I had another green herb. Did I eat it? I'm gonna press this and then bad things are gonna happen. What's that? A fish? What? Excuse me? A fish? What the fuck is a fish doing here? Ugh, okay. Stupid button. Yep. Yeah, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone! Ashley?
Ashley, damn it!
Ashley, I'm coming!
Do not touch me!
I'm coming. Ashley!
Did I just kill Ashley? Did I just kill Ashley? Is that something I can do? Did I just murder Ashley? No! Ah! I meant to shoot the guy holding Ashley. Oh my god. Fantastic. Mission success! It was an accident! Alright, next time, I won't shoot Ashley. Oh my god, these fucking rats. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Where did it go? How am I so bad at this? I don't go in the dark room. What? No! Would be better off shooting this rat. But I'm determined. No! Hey, little guy. Oh my god. Yay! I did it. I'm a good gamer. Okay. Well, the thing. Oh, what the fuck? I got turned around as fuck. Ashley, I'm coming!
Ashley, damn it!
How do you like this?
Oh!
Help!
I won't make the mistake of stabbing Ashley again. I mean, shooting Ashley.
Thanks.
You're
Yeah, man.
welcome.
Good job, Ashley. I'm impressed. You really just dropped a dude down there. It's pretty cool of you. Pretty rad. I didn't know she could do that. Look at her becoming useful and stuff. What a, my hero. Time to solve a puzzle. Whoops. Cool beans. Wow, so good at puzzle. I'm a pro. I think I hear someone breathing over there. I don't like it when people breathe. I have no ammo. That's really great. Who's that? Look at that guy. What's that dude doing? Look at him. Really, I don't know, he's really going. Get it. Don't let your kids watch this. Money. I love money. Yes. You should catch your breath or something. You're breathing really heavily. Oh, my.
So that's a request done and dusted, eh?
Yeah, man.
Well done. You've proven yourself reliable. What
Let
can
me,
I do?
I'm gonna
Better
buy
to be
these things from you.
over-prepared. Am I right?
I'll just buy you
always
out.
have this in stock, stranger. Better to be over-prepared.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't, you know, waste this, just spend my money, right? Who needs it? Not me. I'm irresponsible. I don't know what to do with my money.
Well then, what can I do for?
That's fine.
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill.
Lack of skill? Oh my god. Increase this.
Try that on for size.
Yep. That's fine. Rate of fire. I don't know.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right.
Yeah.
Will that be all then?
What do you have to trade?
There's some things money can't buy.
That's so. Gold token. Well,
Anything else? Don't get yourself killed now.
oh, thank you, man. I'll do my best. Organization is key. I lied. I don't want those there. I want these here. Little knife. Ah! Even that. I don't even use that. Whatever. Yay! That's a save. All right. Oh. What a wonderful place where nothing bad could ever happen. What do you think, Ashley? Having to jump down there? Oh my god. Personally? Well, I would never. I got you, Ashley. Woo!
My hero.
Okay. This is a really lovely place with lots of explosives that are, very nearby. Ashley, get in the crane. A wall!
Look,
That the lift?
if we could do something about this wall.
Just shimmy on through it.
A wrecking ball.
I got this.
Okay.
You're serious?
She seems pretty serious.
Is this what they teach kids in school these days?
Have you never heard of driver's ed?
These days? How old is Ashley supposed to be? How old is Leon? How old are these people? Uh-oh.
Leon!
Don't worry, I got this. Ow. God, jeez. Did you know? Ooh, I sensed somebody behind me.
Here we go! One more time.
Alright, gentlemen, if we could please just gather around. Gather around the campfire, singing campfire song. I don't know how to spell. Hello? Oh. Oh, hey. Can I help you? Damn. Get shit on, dude. Ah! Oh shit. Ah, sorry, Ashley. I'm trying. I'm almost dead though. Let me fix that. I'll shoot him in the butt a few times. Let me pick up this stuff.
The hole's getting bigger. Almost there.
Yeah, good job, Ashley. You're doing great. Oh shit, whoops. I didn't realize that was gonna hurt me. How's our hole looking? Oh? Ah, jeez.
If you all want to beat in that bad, I'm happy to oblige.
Ah, spiders! Or, I guess, I don't actually know what to call them. Can I go up here? Ow. Upsy daisies. Ah! Oh, goodness gracious. Ouchies. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh. Oh my god. Ah! Oh. Oh my god. Go away. Leave me alone. Why are there so many of you? Ah! Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. Ow. Oh my god, I don't want to be here. Oh, I don't want to be here. I'm gonna eat a fish. Hey everybody, if we could just please kindly follow me this way in an orderly fashion. Ah! There's so many of them. Okay. Ow. Fuck. Oh god. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna plow through all of my fucking belongings. Oh jeez, man. Ashley, are you done yet? Oh, good job, Ashley. Actually, that was stressful, and I never want to do anything like that ever again. Oh, a green herb. Leon is 27 and Ashley is 20. Huh. Very interesting. Old fart. Let's pick up all this stuff. Alright, Ashley. What a day. Okay, missing anything? A flash grenade. Where? Ah. I see.
Did you see me? That was awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome, Ashley. Way to
think you
go,
might have
man.
found your calling.
You're calling? No more president's daughter. Just contractor. What's this? There have been sightings due blah 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 blah. Would someone put it out of its misery and pathetic existence? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Oh, a button. I'm not pressing that right now. Alright. Alright, Ashley, let's press the button. I'm sure nothing bad will come of this. Okay. So far, so good. I am expecting
No,
things to be bad when
I
we
was
get up
thinking.
there.
We work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
I'm thinking that this is a lot of trauma for a
Maybe someday
20-year-old.
I'll become an agent like you. What do you think? We could protect the U.S. from any and all threats.
That's
Is
cute.
that right? Well, either way, first we have to make it out of here.
You're no fun.
Uh. Alright. Hello? By the way, okay. Hmm? Huh? Ah. I just couldn't see the option to run over it because my phone was covering it. Whoa! Transporting the amber. I must stress the use of extreme caution when handling the amber deposits from underneath the castle. Work with the utmost respect and obedience. It is imperative that you do not disturb the holy body's slumber. Yeah, okay. That thing?
This must be what Luis was talking about.
You good there? I want to stab that. Looks so breakable. Hey there. Ooh, yeah, this room looks great. I'm real excited about this. What a lovely room where absolutely nothing bad will happen once I interact with that amber. Yep. Gonna be swell. Or maybe nothing bad will happen. Maybe it's further ahead. Ooh, but there's treasure there. Let's see if we can get that treasure. Is that the treasure? What's this? Dearest Lord Sadler, I am overjoyed to report wonderful news. Production of the superior species of Las Plagas is officially underway. All of it, if all goes accordingly, rest assured we will reach our ultimate goal. The Plaga is truly magnificent. Oh, is a truly I can read. I'm so good at reading. Jesus. Goodness gracious. Organism. It has the capacity to live in any vertebrate, be it human, dog, or even cat, crow. Again, so good at reading. There is no other parasite like it on Earth. The superior species is particularly impressive, as it can assimilate with a host without causing any damage to the brain. No one can oppose the strength of your dominance, my lord. On the contrary, who would resist once they experience the utter joy that accompanies the absence of free will? I am living proof how ignorant I once was. 500-point redeem trucker hat. It says I'm a reader. You're right. I should get that. In a few days, I will have finished administrating the Plaga to all high-ranking researchers, and then they too shall know. And when your plan is complete, the whole world shall know. Oh no, Annabelle, no. How could this happen? Alright, let's go touch this thing and have that door open and then... Fuck, I don't know, man. Oh, are there little bugs in there?
Prostrate yourself.
I will not prostrate myself.
Holy body. Our divine providence ensued. Such a profound blessing for all. Las Plagas.
Las Plagas.
Welcome.
Ah!
I am Osman Sadler. the
Okay.
speaker for our Lord.
Okay.
Someone who gives a shit.
That's nice. Wow, Leon really just be shooting bitches now.
Why do you deny grace? Now, abandon your body.
I don't want to abandon my body.
Obey the voice of our Lord.
Oh man, is Ashley gonna shoot me? Oh my god, he's just like Doflamingo.
Sweet child, do not resist.
Damn, Ashley, way to go, man.
Pray forgive these wicked sinners.
No bullet.
My faithful disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now,
Doflamingo has a better laugh and dresses better. You're right.
submit your body and release yourself from fear.
No. Goodbye, Ashley. I keep losing my Ashley. I don't know what to do about that. Okay.
Sadler, you bastard.
Well, I thought something worse was gonna happen, so I mean, like, it's not all that bad. Can I come through? Beautiful. Ew. I don't like how the sounds they make. Hello? Defense development. Per your request, redevelopment of the island is well underway. Weapons and other defensive equipment have been set up to guard against any outside intruder. By the time we are finished, the island will be a giant fortress. These defenses won't hold up long term, but they should last until we carry out our plan. Once accomplished, we'll be that much closer to our ultimate goal of world domination. Now, none will be able to resist our power. Can I stab him? Can I stab that? A whoa? What's this? Hello? Why does it sound like there's a dude outside? Alright. Well, I spy with my little eye a noggin. Wanna try again? one more time, one more time. Come on. Eh? This is great fun. Oh, you dropped your weapon. Are you all dead? Oh. That sucks. Cowabunga. Did I forget anything up there? It would seems... Oh, no. I was up here. Yeah. Treasure! Wow! I love treasure. I don't need that. Am I missing anything? Okay. Very good. Want a non-spoilery tip? Yeah, sure, man. What's your non-spoilery tip? Is it to be better at the game? Stock up! I'm stocked, baby, kind of. Kinda, sorta. Be responsible with and buy smart and about- Buy smart? I can't do that. I'm not capable. I am getting a lot of ammo here though, so I'm getting worried. Why would you say something like that to me? No spoilers! Operation Javier. Few people have heard the name, even within the highest ranks of the US government, and little wonder, too. The operation was not made public. It was conducted in secret and then buried, the reason being it was too inhumane. It all started back in 2002 when a small unit of US Special Forces was sent to infiltrate an area of South America. Their mission was to eradicate the drug cartels. The whole operation took several years to prepare, and only the most elite soldiers were selected to participate. I don't know if the mission was a failure or not, but I know the fate of those elite soldiers once it was over. Apparently, the entire unit was wiped out except for the commanding officer, Major blah 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 blah, and not by the cartels, but by the US. It shouldn't have been difficult to extract a single-stranded unit. All it would have taken was a single helicopter, but for some reason the military didn't act. Rumors say the decision was the outcome of a power struggle among the top brass. Others say it was a directive from the former president himself. But we may never know the truth since it was all covered up. But I'm certain of one thing, the US government let those people die. Brave young people who dedicated their lives to protect their country. I want to expose this crime not because it's my responsibility as a reporter, but because it's my duty as a fellow American. Note 1. This document concerns Operation Javier and was written by an American journalist named blah 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 blah. This article, Note 2. This article will never be published. Blah blah has already been taken care of. Uh-oh. Hey! That's me!
You've done well to make it this far, rookie. I've prepared a battlefield up ahead just for us soldiers.
Aww, we're going on a date!
Generations, hundreds of years. It's the perfect place to put an end to what happened 2 years ago.
Okay. What a venue, yeah. Phase 1. Oh, Ashley Graham's abduction. Phase 1. Depart from campus with the target. Escort the target as usual until the start of Phase 2. There should be 3 others inside the vehicle, including Baker. Abel's unit will follow behind you in a separate vehicle. Continue to drive your normal route. Phase 2. Stop the vehicle under the pretense of engine trouble. Transfer the target to Abel's vehicle. Phase 3. Abel's unit will change course. Subdue and restrain the target. Place the target in a large container. Phase 4. Baker's unit will create a diversion. Henry's unit will infiltrate the investigations database and disable their network. Phase 5. Meet at point K9 and transfer the cargo onto the ship. Okay. Look alive. I'd rather not, honestly. What if I want to look dead? What then? Is there anything else? Okay. Whoa. Oh, a present? That looks like it had something big in it, and I'm not very thrilled about that fact. Or the blood that just... I don't like none of this, honestly. Whoa. Oh, hey, pal.
Break's over, I suppose.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? That cash in your pocket?
Okay. A crown, you say? What's the, what is that shit? Okay, I can do that. We'll put in the red one. We'll put in, a purple one. We'll put in a green one. We'll put in a blue one. And we'll put in a yellow one. Beautiful. Jesus Christ. That is a lot of money.
Welcome.
Here, you can have this. You can have
Ruby's all rubbish, it
this.
makes no difference.
You
The
can have
price,
this.
well, I'll buy
Money.
it at a high price. Anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, this.
New,
And this.
easy work.
I don't know what else to get, though. Honestly, I'm a little nervous.
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
What's this? Why do I need money? What should I buy? Ugh,
Will that
stuff
be
is
all, then?
stressful.
Dazzled, are you? Our
Upgrades.
craftsmanship demands
Okay.
no less. What you see is what I've got.
Jeez Louise. Ugh. Me.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs.
To suit your specific needs. Yes, yes, yes. Do I buy a gun better than this gun?
Will that be all then?
The what?
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
Oh, this? Penetrative power. Penetration. It's not very accurate though. I like my guns to be accurate. Look at that one. Very accurate. But that's rate of fire, vision, power. I don't know. Buying a new gun scares me.
Well then, what can I do you for?
What about the Punisher?
Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind
Ugh.
to us, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know, man. Okay, how about this? Let's do a quirky little BRB. And I'll get some water.
Will that
Because
be
whatever is about to happen is clearly gonna be a tough time. So we'll be right back. I'll get myself all psyched up, ready to go. Baby! Mwah! Okay. It's gamer time. Let's get it.
Anytime. Welcome. A wise choice. I know. I say that a lot, but I mean it.
You mean it? Wow. Matilda. Oh. I
What's
think
that?
I'm
How
gonna
have
stay
we
just the way
procured
I
these
am.
Curiosities? You've exhausted our normal range of services for this weapon. If you're interested, there you are, as you wished. Try that on for size. There you are. Sad to say that's the end of the road for that weapon. Packs a punch. Enough for most.
Increased power by 2. What is this?
Well,
Is that
what can I do?
this? Oh. I see.
Oh, my back is killing me. Don't get yourself killed now.
All right. What a lovely time I feel we're about to have. Let's get down to business. Bow bow, bow bow. Ooh, I should sell this ammo that I don't need.
Oh, nothing but welcome.
Get rid of this ammo.
What can I interest you in? Your valuables won't do you much good in the ground.
This?
Thank you.
Be gone.
Pleasant travel.
Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Here. I'm going. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Gonna put this over here. Yeah. Oh, Alistair, hello. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna need this head pet. It'll fuel me for later. Just in time for the show. Yep. I'm about to get my ass handed to me. Probably not, though. I'm pretty good at this game. I'll floof it up before. Fluffy, fluffy, fluff. You redeemed some other stuff. I'll look at it in a second. Ah, pink fluff. Oh my gosh, and the glasses. You're redeeming everything. Everything. Oh, that was a spoon. Loofed so hard you became pink, and now I need glasses. Alright, let me go back in my little corner. To the corner with me. Yeah, you got the whole shebang. Alright, hydrate. Posture check. And stretch. Ah! You have a lot of channel points. Yeah. As long as I keep streaming a bunch, you'll get them easy peasy. All right. Is this where our date's gonna be? Up there. Okay. Hello? I'm here for our date. Ah, jeez, man. Ugh. Hello? I'm a little
I've been
early.
waiting for you, rookie.
Oh,
Worried about
I
the
thought I
girl,
was
is that
early.
it?
My bad. I didn't realize I was
That's
late.
just like you. You always had poor judgment. But if you think I'm gonna let you out of here alive, you're even more naive than I thought.
If you think I'm gonna let you out of here alive,
You can't save
you
anyone.
stupid bitch.
Give it up, Krauser. Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that?
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
Isn't that what this is all about?
See,
I love his stupid
that jungle,
sunglasses.
I had a revelation.
A revelation.
The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. Those Illuminados have given me that.
You know, you were always an asshole. But at least you had some kind of code. Some honor.
You're not the man you used to be.
And look at you now.
Enough reminiscing. Move out and draw fire, soldier!
Ah! Alright. Hold on, let me adjust my gamer chair into gamer mode. Ugh! Okay. Let me remove my blanket in case I get sweaty. And then we're gonna scooch in real close. And straight up just did a backflip. I wish I could do a backflip. I'm pretty sure I would dislocate every bone in my body, though, if I tried. Ugh, with great form. Sweaty Ally getting close? Phrasing! Alright. Ah!
What's wrong? Show no mercy!
I am not.
Where's your instinct? You're slow. So
You're slow, fuck you.
weak.
Oop, I didn't grade.
Did teach me never to match the enemy's pace.
Ah! Oh! Ow. I'm fine. Oops. God, he's such a speedy little dude. Oh, you were behind me. I thought you, like, went up to a ledge or something. Whoops. Ah! There, I mean, I guess there's nowhere to run, but there's plenty of places to hide, so... I don't know, man. I show no mercy. I just shot you multiple times in the head. That's very true, I did do that. Let's, I don't know, let's do that, I guess. You just- oh, I thought he just threw a rock at me. Ah! Ah! Ow. Oh, I thought I pressed it, but I didn't press it. Leave me alone. Oh, what the fuck? Where'd he go?
You better hustle. Who knows what's become of the girl?
Huh? Where'd he go? Are we done? You upset because I shot him too many times? Is our date over? I wasn't done. I wanted to shoot him more. What's this? Okay. Oh, he'll come back.
You remember the fight in the jungle? We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me. He's turned this place into one big trap. I can't fight him on his terms.
Ow! God, I wish you'd stop that. Man, what am I doing? What the fuck do I do? What happens if I touch that? Do I die? What's in here? What's in here? What am I doing? Okay, well, I mean, now I know. It blows up. Hello?
Ready to die, rookie.
No, not particularly. Wish she would stop throwing flash grenades at me. Ah, jeez Louise, man. God, I'm doing so fantastic right now. Hello? Oh. This guy's rude as fuck. Another one? Okay. Oh my god! I'm so talented! Actually, why did I come this way?
I'm no stranger to covert tactics, remember?
How can I forget? Shit.
Okay.
I love a good hug.
Aye, aye, aye. I'm glad this is
Still
a...
alive, huh? You got lucky.
Oh yeah, sure, man. Yeah, I'm a real lucky guy. By the way, okay. Oh, some flowers! He really knows how to treat a lady. Right. Candlelight too, yep, yep, yep. Little candlelit date. Oh my lord. I'm not doing like super great on health. You know, it's it could be better. But I don't want to like waste it.
I admit, you've done well to stay alive this long.
Oh,
I'd be dead
thank
if I
you.
kept listening to people like you.
Oh,
Last long moving like that. The Reaper comes for cowards and
ah!
which are you?
I don't know. Guess I'll ask when I see him. Well, you've really gone all out for me. You shouldn't have.
Anything to make the pretty boy feel special.
Aww.
You need to pick up the think about the girl.
You leave? Oh, he did not leave. Hello? Look, I really want to go open those boxes. Is that okay? Actually, I shouldn't use my knife for that. Oh, by the way, there we go.
You passed with flying
Ah! Thanks. Oh, they don't? I don't know. Lots of ammo. Oh, he opened the door for me. Aww.
This is it, soldier!
Fuck you! Ah! Ah, jeez.
I'm not falling for your mind games. Sure you don't need a breather? That arm of yours must be killing you.
Opening a new is the best way to forget an old one.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold your horses before you stab me. Let's just chill out.
Put up a fight.
You're really doing this? It's
Ow.
not too late.
Yeah, it's not too late or something like that.
At the same point. Guess that means we'll never see eye to eye. You made it all this way. You haven't learned a thing. I have to say.
Ah!
From you, I take that as a compliment.
You and I have chosen a different
Oh, I didn't. Oops.
all that's left now.
Don't walk into that.
The old
Ow. Ow.
I was thinking the
Please stop it.
same thing, Krauser.
I didn't press the button. Whoops. Oh my god, the hat's coming off.
Are we done here, Krauser?
I told you. Again. And again.
Why is he getting naked? Oh my god.
You're too soft to do what's necessary.
Hey, I've been shooting a lot of people, okay?
Between you
Alright?
and me, Loki.
Ah! The floor! My back!
Time to finish your training.
But what if I don't want to finish my training? Oh, so this guy augmented with the T-virus. Does it work the same way in the games as it does in the movies? Oh fuck, I don't know. That's a question for Sir Patty. Maybe. I don't know if he knows either. Okay. Let's get down to business.
Witness the power!
I'd rather not.
Krauser. So that's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund. Congratulations on your newfound faith.
Pardon me. Or you come slash me.
For the weak, only power is real.
The games and the live action movies are related at best. The CG movies do follow the games more closely. More accurate to say the live action movies are inspired by the games. Oh. I could have sworn I hit the button to evade that. Can't wait to see me ride? Wow. You guys are real romantic. Real quick. Okay. Oh, what? I missed a green herb? That's okay. I'll probably be fine. Unless I'm not. What was I climbing on there?
Oh, shit.
Ashley, no! Hey, gorgeous.
Not done. Last lesson starts right now.
Nah. Time for the teacher to be taught.
3,
Such
2,
confidence.
1.
Bring it, rookie!
What?
Are you ready, rookie?
Ah! Ow. Okay, well that shit fucking hurted. Excuse me. Ooh. I don't know, as long as it takes, I guess. Like, shit.
Until the mission's finished. You'd have said the same once. You need to stop living in the past! The Krauser I knew is dead and gone. And no. Something greater than
Uh-oh.
he ever was.
Ow.
You're still too slow.
Leave me alone, alright? I'm trying my best. Maybe I'm not too slow. Maybe you're just too fast. You ever, thought of that? Oh, I'm Gonzo's. Okay. Continue. Let's try that again. Fear of heights. Let's go.
Are you ready?
Oops.
Yeah. Let's settle this.
Let's go ahead and use that.
I didn't expect anything less. After all,
Woo!
it's a damn shame you can't see the truth.
Okay.
How long do you plan to fight that primitive body of yours?
Until the mission's finished. You'd have said the same once.
You need to stop living in the past.
The Krauser I knew is dead and gone.
Dead? No.
Oof, ouch.
We're still too slow.
What are you doing up there?
We can protect nothing.
The way you're going, there won't be anything left to protect. You'd have known that once.
Ow. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Time out. Thank you. Fuck.
Now I do. You can't deny this power. You managed to strike.
And turn into a freak like you.
Ow.
You gotta be out of your mind.
Always trying to get the last word. Come here. I'll beat that out of you. Uncle Sam did one thing for me. I'll give him that.
Oh, ouchies.
He should be you, and not some good-for-nothing one.
Uh-oh.
It's time to put an end to this.
Whew.
Then you finally see who's the better man. Yes! This is the moment I've been waiting for. Come at me, Boogie. Show me what it is you've got that I...
Hold on, I gotta reload. Oh, I gotta make some ammo. Time out! La-di-da. 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 Ba-ba-bow. Bow-ba-bow. 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 He's so kind for waiting while I, you know, do all this jizz.
You have your orders! Here's what real power feels like! My appetite is unbreakable! I'll show you!
Kill him! Kill him!
Do what you have to do.
Kill him! Stab him! Stab him! Stab! Right in the noggin. Tickle his brain with a knife.
That's right. I trained you well. Leon.
Woo! New knife. Another knife for my collection. Wow, look how stabby that looks. Anywho. A boot knife. Where? Huh. Look at me go. Bye! Chapter end. On chapter 15. Ugh. Let me drink some water. Ugh. 2 chapters from the finish line. How do I whip? Pretty knife. Ashley! That's some dudes.
Are no joke.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys.
That's gotta be their sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Ashley!
Ashley! Okay. Don't worry, Ashley, I'm coming. Eventually, I don't know. Hey, dude. I have a new knife.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Yeah, completely
Welcome.
right.
What can I interest you in? See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away.
Note. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm broke.
Holding a weapon to suit your comeback anytime.
Okay. Bye.
All right.
Oh, I shot him in the shoulder. Hello?
What was that?
Yeah, hey, I had that! You bully. I was doing just fine. Okay. Duffel bag full of priceless treasures? I'm broke. Cool. Come on, boys. Ow. Where'd my helicopter go? What's this? Ah! I didn't realize I had that out still.
Not bad, right?
Ah! you guys. Go, go, go! Wait, am I missing anything? Hold on, wait, there's treasure. I really like treasure. Wait, where's the treasure? Can I walk by it? Ah, treasure! Yay! Ah! Just a moment. Here you go.
Welcome.
I've got something shiny for you.
What can I do you for? Thank you.
No, thank you.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Come back anytime.
Why bother with my other knife? I guess so.
Got a selection of
Let's,
good things on sale,
never mind.
stranger. Hard times, mate.
Hard times. Alright. Let's continue. Sounds like a lot of fun. Damn.
What can I say? I never miss.
Not bad at all.
Oh, what's over here? Lots of goodies. Oh, I missed a treasure. Uh-oh. No! That's gonna be a problem. Okay, I'll do something about it. No worries. Oh, it won't open. What? Why won't it open? What am I supposed to do about that? I'll do something. Ow. Ow. Ow! Ow! I don't like this! Ow! Well, these guys are fucking rude as hell. Ah! Jesus Christ! Ouchies! Oh my god. Goodness gracious. Where am I going? Okay. Please leave me alone. I just want to go up the ladder. Oh, hey, friend.
Present for you.
I forgot to reload.
Out of the way.
Where do I need to be? Oh. What's up? Ow. Okay, got it. Stop shooting me! You're very rude. Oh my god. Oh, I shot his helmet off.
They keep coming.
Are you really dead? Okay. I fell through the steps. Whoa?
Shit, my body armor.
Shit, my body armor. See, that guy got fucking launched. How did they survive getting blown up? Whoops. Da-da-da. Okay. Hello? Goodbye.
Time for a taste of your own hands. Mike! All clear!
Thanks, buddy. All right. Now watch me do my thing.
Mike has really good hearing. Sucks, man. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez, man. Ah, jeez, man. Okay. Thank you. There's just money laying everywhere. Hey, thanks, dude. Hey, this guy rocks. Thanks, bud. Hee hee. Oh my god. Oh, I thought you were dead. Now you are.
Give me a break already.
Ah! Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh. Oh. What's in here? Oh, for me. Oh, this music. I just want to see if there's something down there. Haha! Look at all my pretty things I have. Stab, 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 stab. I have a preference for what? Ordnance? Ordnance? Oh, you mean me standing right by this? I like my pistol. It brings me joy. Oh gosh. That sounds like a big scary dude. Ah! A spider! Come here, mister.
Next.
Dude, what are you groaning for? Just relax.
Shit.
Oh, whoops. Ow! Bloop, bloop. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll kill one dude with it. Hello. Welcome back to stream. How do I get up there? Ooh, a plant. The music is fucking crazy. Oh my goodness. Crazy girl. What? Okay.
Thanks. We get out of here. Drinks are on.
Is this gonna go wrong? I feel like this is gonna go wrong. There's no way I just get in this helicopter, right?
Nice and slow.
Goodbye, friend. Leon, don't just stand there, do something. Oh my god. Mike! No! Another gone too soon. Oh man.
Sure you're the next to go.
You bastards. That was my friend. Now what am I gonna do? I'm running out of friends! They keep dying! Ah, jeez, man. I don't need that. Ooh, a thingy. Blue medallions. Okay. I ran by them. Treasure! How do I get down there? Let me down! Ah! Treasure! Wow! Very nice. What is this? Okay. That's nice. There it is. How do I... Okay. I almost got lost again, but I didn't. How I could have gotten lost there, I don't know, but I was confused for a second. Wait. Huh? Another one? I missed one? Where? No, it's up here. Or is it? Aha! Brilliant. Okay, onward. Hello? Is anybody home?
What the?
Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, wait, come back. Hello? Hello? Oh, there he is. Nice! Okay, hold on. Oh, gosh, okay. The repairs were completed without issue. Since the facility was previously used for confinement, the work required to reinforce the airtight ceiling was minimal. And as long as we don't run into any issues with the cooling system test, we plan to bring in the remaining specimens from Facility 1. All specimens were successfully transferred. However, we experienced a slight hiccup during the transport, as one of them became violent. Luckily, the number of casualties was less than anticipated. Please be extra careful when dealing with them. We have received reports that they are beginning to acquire a tolerance to the low temperatures. Oh no! Where is... Where? Aha. Out of curiosity. Okay. Alright. What's the worst that could happen? I don't like that. Oh, a rat. Kinda makes me nervous. Well, now I'm trapped in here. What's the worst that could happen, am I right? Like a spider, they're more scared of you than you are of them? I don't know about that, Chief. Ah, jeez. Where'd it go? What do I do? Did I mess up? I suppose? There's another wheel I missed? Oh. Where's it at? Was it in here? I feel like that's where it makes sense for it to be. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. I feel like maybe I was more worried than I had to be. That's a little embarrassing.
Oh, nothing but welcome. What can I interest you in?
Nothing really.
All my wares are in tip-top shape. Suit yourself.
Take a break from all these stressful endeavors. Oh, I'm amazed you did not once bump into the bad bags. You didn't even see which ones would kill you with this. Oh, I just kind of assumed they were all bad.
Come to do some shooting, have we? Now a shotgun. That can cover a lot of area with just one shell. Talk about bang for your buck. 3, 2, 1, begin! You're an artist, mate. Brilliant. That's the stuff. Reload.
Reload.
Beautiful.
Nah.
You're an artist, mate.
Ah, shoot. Ah, nah.
That's your lot.
Gotta do better at that.
You have a knack for this, friend.
Again.
3, 2, 1, begin. Beautiful. You're
Reload. Bullet Queen. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez.
That's the game.
How do I... What am I missing here?
3, 2, 1, begin. Superb shot. Beautiful. Reload. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. Outstanding.
Ah, jeez.
Beautiful. That'll do it. I dare say we've underestimated.
Oh. 10 shots or less.
3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. Beautiful. Reload. You're an artist, mate. Brilliant. Keep up that
Okay.
pace.
Nice. Okay, there we go.
Fire everything you've got. Beautiful. Superb shot.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. No! Okay. I can do that.
Performance. 3,
I just have to not panic.
1, begin. Beautiful. Brilliant. That's it.
Needlessly reloaded there.
Reload. You're an artist, mate. Beautiful.
Shit.
Some of the time. 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. Beautiful. Reload. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot.
Crap. Crap. Crap!
That's your lot.
Yeah. I think I can do this one. Oh, I can do it.
2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. Reload.
Reload.
You're an artist, mate. Outstanding. You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets. Brilliant.
Ah. Ah. Fuck. Shit.
I'll do it.
Okay. Alright.
Mike. 3,
I'm learning it. We're getting somewhere.
superb shot. Beautiful. Reload.
Reload.
You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. It's a bullet bonanza. Fire
I'm getting better. Fuck, no. No. No! No! Okay, okay, okay. Oops. Let me start over. Bad run, bad run, bad run.
3, 2, 1, begin! Superb shot! Beautiful!
Ooh, that was close. Almost shot the dynamite. Yeah.
Superb shot! Brilliant!
Fuck, I messed it all up. It doesn't matter.
Having it on. 3,
2, 1.
begin! Beautiful! Brilliant! That's it! Reload! Superb shot! Brilliant! Let the bonus time begin! Beautiful!
Okay, I just have to relax.
Superb shot!
There we go. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty damn good. Pretty darn
A
good.
lot of area with just one shield.
Ugh.
Bang for your buck.
Alright. I think I can do better the Punisher as well.
3, 2, 1, begin! Triple kill!
Oh,
Double kill!
never mind. No, I can't.
Brilliant! Reload! Superb shot!
Okay.
And that's the game!
Ay, ay, ay.
You have a knack for this, friend.
Thank you.
3, 2, 1, begin! Triple kill! Double kill! You're an artist, mate! Beautiful! Reload!
Okay.
Brilliant! That's the stuff!
Fuck.
That'll do it!
I think with this one I need to practice more patience.
Say we've underestimated.
10 shots or less.
3, 2,
Okay.
1, begin! Triple kill! Very good! You're an artist, mate! Superb
Oh,
shot.
fuck.
Double kill! Reload!
Wrong button.
Beautiful!
Fuck.
That's it! You're an artist, mate! And that's the game!
Alright. I'm getting there. I don't know how badly. I kind of want to finish the story.
You
Might as well. Okay. Gotta continue with the story. I have work tomorrow morning. I can't stay up all night.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
Treat yourself.
Welcome. Ooh, what
Do
you
I have
buying?
duplicates?
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price,
Is that a thing?
that's our choice to make.
No, I don't. Any Uzis. It's a thing and you do? Oh. Ah!
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. I'll buy almost anything.
Do I? Oh, I do.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Look at that.
Will that be all then? Molding a weapon. Sad to say that's the end of the road for that weapon. Pack give that the characters. Don't get yourself killed now.
Okay. Alright. Whoa. I know. All right. Okay. Ah. Oh, that was a bug. Is that guy alive up there? Huh? I'm gonna stop shooting that.
Almost there.
Ah!
I'm coming.
You scared me. Explosives. Guess I'm going this way. Alright, I've got their attention. Or something does. Okay, never mind.
All right.
Bow, 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 bow. What's the thing I do? I don't remember what I said. What's happening in there? Well, there's goodies down there. Oh, right. Silly me, I already read that. Ooh. What's a mess in here? Ah. That's better. How do I... Where am I going? Is this the wrong... Yeah, it is. Hee hee. Whoa. But I heard something. Hello? It's very quiet here. There it goes.
There you go.
Whee!
Give me a break already.
Wait a sec. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Whoa? Is there anything in there? Whoops. Okay. Sounds unpleasant. friend. Bye. Have a nice nap. Oops. Wow, so much ammo. Great. Hello? Hello? That shit hurted.
Present for you.
Ah, Jesus.
Keep coming.
Fuck you, little bug guy. Alright. What a time. Did I go in there? Come from there? I don't know. Here we go. Okay. Maybe... Okay. Hello? Ashley? Are these doors? Just a fancy wall, okay. Ashley! Ashley? Ashley! Ashley, I'm coming! Ooh, Ashley, you're not looking too hot.
You have come, my child.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want?
I simply wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us.
Bullshit.
Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Sadler!
Ah, yes, the time has come.
The time has
Promise
come.
Leon to join our covenant.
I don't wanna.
Blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so.
Oh, hey, girl.
Go!
Come on, Ashley. Let's go, girly pop. What the fuck is that? What did he drop?
Ashley. Ashley.
Gosh. I'm carrying Ashley? How am I gonna defend myself? I just slap them with Ashley? How far are we going? Okay.
Laboratory B. Looks like it's this way.
Yeah, okay. Tiptoe through the tulips with me. Ooh, am I hallucinating? I love hallucinating. Oh, the bullets in him? Oh. Go, Leon. Into the light. Surely nothing bad will happen. Your sunglasses will protect you.
Still you resist, child.
What is all of this? Okay, just walk through the hallucinations. It's okay. They're not real people.
God damn it.
Wow.
This time, it has to be different.
Aw, poor baby. Poor traumatized little guy.
You go first.
No way. Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe. Here goes nothing.
Oh no! Leon! Okay, cool beans, cool beans. Last chapter.
Ashley. Ashley.
Ashley. Oh, hi, Ashley.
I thought you were gonna die.
No.
You did this.
Yeah. Yeah, I did this. Can you stand?
Wait, I don't get to see Leon withering in pain,
Yeah, I found
moaning
it.
dramatically.
I think it says we can get out if we go this way. Hey, we're a team, right?
What makes you say that?
Keep this up. I'll be out of a job.
Heh.
So, all of this, removing the parasites, this was the week.
Yeah. We're alive. Thanks to him.
Thanks, Louise. Methods for eradicating Las Plagas. There are two ways to eradicate Las Plagas. Antigen injection and surgery. If the parasite has not hatched yet, it can be treated by administering antigen directly into the body. Once it has hatched, however, there's not much that can be done besides slow its growth. With surgery, the plaga can be targeted and killed using a certain wavelength of radiation. But this is not without risks. If the parasite has attached itself to the host's nervous system, the host will experience excruciating pain. And there is no effective anesthesia for this kind of procedure. Surgical removal carries considerable risks, even before the parasite has fully developed. Once fully grown, however, it is too late. Removing the parasite would kill the host. But considering what will happen to them, death may be a mercy. Damn. That's crazy, man. Sadler's Animus? Do not be fooled into thinking that Las Plagas are merely tools for creating powerful bioweapons. Their true value lies in their ability to control. No matter how hostile the subject, a single injection can turn anyone into a faithful servant. Who needs spies when you could turn yesterday's enemy into today's ally? Controlling just one insider can bring an entire organization, an entire country, to its knees. Mass production of the superior species has made this possible. We have empowered Sadler. It is clear what he intends to do next. Can you imagine if Sadler had that much control? 6 billion loyal servants at his sole command? There would be no opposition, no war. Maybe for the first time in human history, the world would know peace. But I know Sadler and the others have oppressed the people of this island for generations. I know how he treats them. That's no way to live, and because of that, I won't let it happen. Bum bum bum. Anything else fun in here for me? This sample, which I've come to call the Amber, was just sitting in the storeroom collecting dust. We used to have ample specimens for experimentation in the past, so it makes sense that this one was overlooked. In fact, the only reason I brought it back to my lab was because of its peculiar shape. After a basic analysis, I've changed my mind. The amber possesses a unique quality. Although small and in a suspended state, it contains the same organ found in the dominant species, which we've only seen in Sadler himself. When fully developed, the amber may rival the amber, what? Or even rival, not revival. silly goose. Or perhaps even surpass Sadler's power. Unfortunately, the amber was confiscated by Sadler before I could make any further progress in my research. He may be on to me. I need to get my hands on that sample again and escape in order to continue my research elsewhere. It's the only way to counter Sadler. Of course, I don't think I can trust this outside group either, but I've already come this far. Hopefully, I can sweet-talk my way out of this one too. I'll have to for the world's sake. Bam.
Someone had a field day looting the Umbrella Labs.
Yep. What is that? I go back. It's all what I walked through. Uh-oh. Can you look at this? Regarding our arrangement from Luis, I've compiled the research data that you wanted. Meet me at the designated time and place. To be clear, you're going to get me the hell out of here if I bring you the goods, right? Subject. Regarding our arrangement from AW. I hope you haven't forgotten about the amber. Without it, the data is worthless. It would be a shame to let your seat go to waste. So do not make me return empty-handed. You still remember the code phrase, I assume? From Luis. Relax, I haven't forgotten. And don't worry about the amber, I'll figure something out. Think you can pick me up a pack of smokes on the way? Any brand is fine. What a guy. Okay, have I touched everything? I think so. Okay. Any goodies in here for me?
Look, I bet we could use that.
You're crazy, bitch. What? How far back can I go? Okay. Up the ladder.
Sorry.
Like I said, we're a team.
See, why is he always the one getting stepped on? Ashley, let me step on you.
Right?
You should be taking turns getting stepped on.
You sure you're okay?
Never been better.
Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
Good.
What a lovely place.
Look at this place.
Yeah, that's
That woman
what.
who helped us. You think she's alright?
Oh yeah, she's probably
Oh, I'm
fine.
sure she's fine.
Huh.
She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Sounds like you know her well.
Why, you jealous? Why are you blue? Oh, way to go, man. Why did we climb up here? There we go.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. Bluey. Ah! Damn. Question. Okay. Heyo. Ooh, treasure. There it is. Final merchant of the run? Wow.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger. Welcome. Wilden. What can I do?
How long do you think this will take me to finish? Under 2 hours? I'm gonna repair this just in case. Other than that though.
Be all then?
Yeah, I mean that'll do it, man, I guess. Guess I'll buy this.
Stocking up while you can. Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right?
Very interesting that you say that, mister. Make it sound as though this is the last time I'm gonna see you or something.
Welcome. Ooh, what next time? Buy something.
What's that
eh?
noise?
Welcome. I'll buy almost anything. Come back.
So does that mean I need to make work whatever I can? What's the best, for 4? No purple. Well, I don't... What do I do with my purples and greens? Maybe I don't care.
Any welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Ruby's all rubbish. Thank you.
You're welcome, man. I don't really know what to buy.
You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it. We've been saving that one for the right customer. Wilden, what can I do you for? There's some things money can't buy. What you see is what I've
How
got.
good do you feel about being a badass? Pretty good. Pretty good.
I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Stocking up while you can. Don't.
Yeah, man. Stocking up while I can. Oh my lord. I don't know. I feel pretty good about that, I guess.
Get yourself killed now.
It should take you 30 to 60 minutes? Oh, okay.
Leon, look! Is that...
Is that what? Hey, where the fuck am I looking? What? What am I looking at? Oh. Oh no!
Nita.
The hot woman! Fuck off. Stop calling me Zorro.
Stay here. I won't be long.
Okay.
Why am I making her stay here? That seems kind of dangerous. Leon running into an obvious trap. Damn. Plonk! Jesus Christ! Ew. Hey, mister. Ooh. Oh. She recovered from that pretty quickly. Suppressive power, shooting, whatever. We're gonna kill this bitch.
Holy body. The bright dirt.
Oh boy, here we go!
What with us?
Are those Numi emotes? What a shootable eyeball you have, mister. Oh, you have a few shootable eyeballs. Let me... Ooh, for me? Ooh, yucky. Ah! Whoops. Hold on, timeout. Excuse me. Mind if I just squeeze on? Ow. Excuse me. Oh. Sorry, I thought I could go down there. What was wrong? Sorry, I am not listening to whatever it is you're saying, mister. Ow. Excuse me. Oops. Whoops. Dude, I gotta start fucking crouching or something.
Have to ask for forgiveness when this is all over. Because I'm about to kill.
I'm an edgy guy. I think I'm good, thank you though. Ow. Pardon. Going back down. La-di-da. La-di-da. Did I shoot that? There we go. Alright, let's come back over here. Please come right this way. Oh, ouch. Oops. Aw. Oop. Whoops. Fucking hell. Wrong one. Totally forgot to reload. I don't know what this guy's talking about. What's happening? Oh, a plant. Ow. I really do insist. Ooh, so many beads. Okay, everyone, can we all, ooh, that hurted. Okay, it's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. We're gonna eat a snake, we're gonna eat a fish. We're gonna run away. Ow. And fuck these bugs. Ow. Gosh, baloney. Gotta stop letting that hit me. Jesus Christ! Okay. Everything's fine. Damn it. Fuck, this is a very small amount of space to work with. Wait a minute. Jesus Christ. Is that a button I can press there? It's pretty crazy, man. Oh my lord. Can you fuck off and let me push this button? Where's his eyeball? I need to shoot. Uh-oh. Oof. Hey, things aren't looking too hot for me. I might die. Oh. Ah! Gnarly.
I'm getting sick of your shit. Finally, a look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out. Still, I need to cut this date short. It's not me. It's you.
Oh, whoops.
Use this!
Okay. I don't know why you couldn't use that. Go! Mess him up!
Holy body.
Damn. Goodbye, you foul tentacle monster. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Leon, no!
Ada, what the hell are you doing?
Nothing personal, Leon.
Aw,
Louis and I had an
man.
arrangement. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it.
Bye-bye.
Ride's here. You coming?
I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways.
Oh my god, they're divorcing.
I see.
Oh, he's so disappointed. Ashley!
Better get a move on.
Oh, widow keychain.
Cute.
The widow bear! Yay, I did it! I didn't even die, guys. Did you see that shit? I was very skillful.
Leon! Where's she going?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she just...
Gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
Why is the island blowing up? Oh, what the fuck? Let's go, Ashley, let's go! There's a fucking countdown!
Okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's for me. Oh fuck, Ashley. I don't know about this. I get lost very easily.
Now we can go home.
Yeah, we can go. We can go home, Ashley. Ashley, run!
Thanks.
Yeah, man. Run, Ashley.
What's going on?
I don't know, they're imploding.
Astro's gone. It's over for them.
Oops, gotta hold it. Okay, Ashley, just step on him. Probably what they would have wanted anyway.
Not bad, Ada.
You like thrill rides? You're gonna love
Oh, that's
this.
great. Whee! Wow! Ah! Whoops, sorry, Ashley. Oh, jeez Louise. Ah, gosh. Oh, jeez, I'm real bad at this. Oh, good heavens. Whee! Jesus Christ! Oh!
You alright?
I'm not sure, that was insane.
I did it! I'm so good at the game! Woo! Yay! I'm a gamer now.
Mission accomplished, right?
I mean, technically no, we're not at your home
Mission
yet.
accomplished. When you're home safe.
Exactly.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
Aye aye
You
aye.
need me. You proved you could handle yourself.
Aww.
Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety.
Knife safety.
Let's go home.
Woo!
Condor 1? Bruce to Condor 1, do you read me? Come in.
Oh yeah, I'm fine, don't
I
worry.
said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon. Leon, are you and Ashley all right?
Yeah,
Where
man.
are you? Come on.
Woo! Yay! I really enjoyed that. Good game, good game. Now to play it again and 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 again. Ugh. Ugh. The DLC should be fun. S rank on professional difficulty. Yep. Leon must be a pretty kitty. I will have those kitty cat ears. Hello? Oh my god. A photo! I like how they're like making their evil little cult and they're like, hold on guys. I got the camera out. Everybody pose! Smile for the camera!
Patch me through. I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
We do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
Is this the sunglasses,
How
dude?
ambitious. We're changing course. Now.
How mysterious. What did I think of my first RE game? This was great. Very enjoyable. I like it. I really like that I could use the mouse and keyboard. Because if I had a if I was using a controller, oh boy howdy, I would have died a lot more. What a... There's some music going.
To help me find my way every day. Keep your eyes on the road ahead. Don't be drawn into the light or the shadows in your head. Keep your eyes on the road ahead and don't ever look back. Don't ever look back, 'cause I got a feeling in my bones that everything's gonna be fine. Don't ever look back, don't ever look back.
Jammin'. So now what? I gotta go back and play 2?
But how do you fight when the enemy's within? Find your pride, go deeper.
I gotta play them all.
Fire that will light your way. The ones you trust can one day betray. You're the hunter and then you're the prey. Pay the cost, it all feels lost. Then you hear a voice inside you say, keep your eyes on the road ahead. Don't be drawn into the light or the shadows in your head. Keep your eyes on the road ahead.
I can play a lot of... Can I play all of them on PC now?
Keep your eyes on the road ahead. Don't be drawn into the light or the shadows in your head. Keep your eyes on the road ahead and don't ever look back. Don't ever look back, 'cause I got a feeling in my bones that everything's gonna be fine. Yeah. Don't ever look back. Don't ever look back.
Dance party. If I could play this, I could probably also play Village. And by that I mean can play as in like my computer won't explode. Is it all done? Alright, let's go. All done! Oh, not all done. Mas. Hey, girly pop. Did we get back safely? Did I deliver the president's daughter?
Good work.
I got a B! Yay! Oh. When I don't think I understand what it's saying. Oh, I see, I see. Very interesting. Right. Ugh. Village is a great one. Highly recommend you do 7 before Village though. Yeah, they're connected. I just meant like I can play it. Like I'll survive. That my computer will survive. So many things. What are any of these? What do these do? I don't know. So many things. The weapons unlock new guns. Most are models to look at, just pretty. Others are outfits. Oh. Like this. Look at this little guy. Look at him. This little dude. Dark and mysterious. Whoa. Okay. Ba. I gotta go eat dinner now. Gotta have some noms. Oh boy. Okay. Let's find somebody to raid. Wow. Oh. Let's see. Who'll be playing the video games? No one I know, which means we're going to the category. Let's see. Who to give a whittle ready raid to? Here's somebody.
It's not like the good old.
Ugh. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Copy. Raid channel. Bloop. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you next time I stream. Whatever I decide to stream. I'll have to decide on another game to play. We'll figure it out. Alright. Bye! Goodbye! Farewell! Bye bye!